Right, welcome everyone. Glad to see everyone. We are set to begin. We're going to do introductions and check-in first. I was trying to figure out what a good check-in question would be. The check-in question is going to be, what's your favorite color? I know, super base after the previous check-in questions that we've had. But if we could go ahead and start with Phil. I'll do the rest of the spiel after the fact.
I think I'm on. Phil Bedford, Employee Relations. Favorite color? Is that what we're doing?
Favorite color?
There's no question. It's Tennessee orange. No time constraints. No elephants. And ready to get some more TAs done. Oh, I do have one elephant. I noticed that our TA folder does not have a TA in it. I know it's oversight. It's not really an elephant. But just want to celebrate that we have a TA.
Kendra Geis, 5th grade teacher at Swanson, member of the Jcea team. No elephants, no time constraints, and my favorite color is purple.
Liza Meyer, Executive Director of Special Education. Favorite color, blue, no elephants or time constraints.
Anthea Justice, Learning Specialist at Ryan Elementary, Jcea team, and I'm a blue and green girl, so like the colors of the Caribbean. It's like turquoise, teals, cobalt. Like, yeah, get me happy.
Hi, everyone. Monica Nurenburn, Executive Director of Professional Learning. I'd say I like to wear black, but it's not my favorite color. And I guess like color that brings me joy is yellow because I think of sunshine.
Richard Sanchez, 6th and 7th grade social studies at North Arvada Middle School. Favorite color, black, but orange. So.
Not Tennessee.
I know.
Not Tennessee orange.
For the record, no, not Tennessee orange. Bronco orange. And we're talking old school Bronco orange before the new unis. Yes, that orange.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, is kind of like Tennessee orange. Okay. Totally different. Okay, my bad.
Dale Munholland, Jcea Vice President and Social Studies teacher at Pomona High School. No time constraints other than having to teach tomorrow, and no elephants. Favorite color is chartreuse. No, that's a lie. That's not true. That's a lie. Favorite color is blue. Any color blue. Blue is blue, and I love blue.
Lisa Elliott, Jcea staff, no time constraints, no elephants. My favorite color is red, and maybe, Richard, I'd say Chiefs red.
Hi, Michelle Malis, a Spanish teacher at Green Mountain High School and the Jcea bargaining chair. I don't have any time constraints, and it's not an elephant again per se, but looking at the agenda, it looks like there was a request on there, and I just wanted to respond that I think Jcea, because I think Kim, you put that on the agenda as a request. Yeah, so I think that Jcea is going to be prepared to bring our compensation proposal on the 13th. And we're still doing some work with a few other groups, and we want to make sure that we have a good understanding of all the budgets and take our time with that. And so the 13th is when we're prepared to deliver that. Yes, 13th. So, and my favorite color is gray. I love gray. I went through a phase where all the clothes I was buying was gray, and it was a problem because I can't wear gray shoes and gray pants and gray everything, and all my paint and all in my house is all gray. And I'm like, okay, I need to start introducing some color. So I forced myself to buy colorful sweaters to go with my gray pants.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Amanda Perazio, Executive Director of School Leadership And I have no time constraints and no elephants. And my favorite color is Ravens purple. Ravens. Baltimore Ravens. For the record. Baltimore Ravens purple.
Ravens, not raisins. Gotcha. John Weathers, Federal Mediation Facilitator. No elephants, no time constraints. And my favorite color is, since Dale took the whole spectrum of blue, I'll just zero in on a nice, tidy, dark
All right. Stephanie Jones, Behavior Systems Coach and JCEA team member. And no time constraints or elephants. And my favorite color is all of them. I love them all, although my family would make me say green.
Hi, everyone. Kim LeBlanc Esparza, Deputy Superintendent. No time constraints, no elephants. My favorite color, since we're going with the theme, would be the Final Four Lady Tigers purple.
Hello, I'm Rob Cassidy, Stanley Lake High School. I'm a science teacher there. Elephants, I can't think of much there. Time constraints, like Dale, I do have school tomorrow, so that's on the horizon. Colors, it's interesting because I don't really care too much about like the colors of sports teams, although Stanley Lake does have this color. And one of the schools I went to, UVM, University of Vermont, does have this color, but the reason is not that. It's just that I like green.
Good afternoon, Krista Wilson, principal at Columbine Hills Elementary. No time constraints and no elephants. I go back and forth between purple and orange, and the craziness in that is my senior is currently choosing between Tennessee and LSU as her top two choices. So I will be happy either way.
Good evening, Jessica Garza. No elephants in the room, no time constraints, and I love anything like mother of pearl, and iridescent. Those are my favorites.
Brooke Williams, art educator and JCA president. As an art educator, I do not have a favorite color. I love the rainbow, but I like to wear black because it's very slimming.
Okay, thank you. I see that we have some observers in the audience. Thank you for being here. As usual, we appreciate the observation, but any comments or noises that might be a distraction, we would ask that you do not do that. That's about it. I want to get this going. We've got a presentation from the district. My understanding is Brenna Copeland. Hi, Brenna. You want to step up to the mic? All right. Oh. Hi, Brian. Brian Salmon. Sorry, didn't mean to leave you out of that. You could tell us your favorite colors if you wanted to. They can't be that much of a put on.
Salmons, I'm the budget director. Favorite color is Razorback Red.
Oh boy. Brenna Copeland, Chief Financial Officer. Happy to see you all this evening. And my favorite color is blue. It pops up everywhere in my house, I noticed the other day. So, awesome. All right.
Thank you.
Shall we go? Are we good to go?
You're good to go. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, we're super excited to be here this evening. You guys are the very first folks, basically, to see what we're about to present. So, it's very hold on to your seats. But Brian and I we did put a lot of thought this year into trying to get even more clear and specific in kind of how we are estimating revenue so that you guys can pressure test that and compare it to whatever else you're seeing, wherever else you're seeing anything. And so hopefully this proves to be a more clear presentation for everyone. It's also a draft form of a presentation for the board. So that little part that says not ready yet is really just part of the board presentation. But you're going to get everything in those first two green columns, enrollment and revenue. And I think that'll be really valuable for negotiating purposes. This is the budget calendar wheel of fortune. Get it? Fortune, budget. Anyone? Okay. I'm going to keep trying. It never ends. That's the key takeaway here. We are in March, so we're working on revised school budgets and departmental budgets and working towards April, where we traditionally do budget estimates presented, revenue, and some level of expense to the board. In May, we bring forward our proposed budget, and in June, ideally per statute, the district adopts a budget. There's a whole lot of stuff that happened beforehand leading up to this point. And one thing that recently happened was the March economic forecast, which is something we always wait and look at before we start to dial in our own revenue estimates. That font looks really funny. That's what happened. Oh no, something happened. Row. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so this is what we're going to cover in enrollment. And the reason we start with enrollment is it really it is like the assumption that underpins everything about our revenue. So it's helpful for you guys to see like what are the real enrollment numbers so that then you can pressure test the rest of the numbers. So what? Neither one of us is a perfectionist, so we're not at all worried about the font, except it's wrong. Anyway, so this is a slide that explains a little bit about what's been happening in the district. So I think folks have heard that enrollment has been going down. And I think the message we try to consistently convey is a lot of the year-over-year change reflects a demographic and systems level change that started a long time ago. So what you're seeing here is over here in the kinder first and second grades, this is 3 years ago, 2 years ago, current year, and then future year. That's what the different bars represent. And what you're seeing is kind of like grade levels are all about the same, right, over this 4-year period that's represented. And they're hovering, all the grades are sort of hovering, if you average that visually, around the 4,500 mark. And that's been true actually in elementary for a while. Now, but that is a lower number than what you see up here in 12th grade, where each year we're graduating about 6,000 students. And so in the middle, here in middle school, over the last 4 years, we have seen smaller grade level cohorts come through and thus matriculate up into middle school, which has resulted in some overall shrinkage, if you will, in the middle school enrollment in Jeffco. And it varies. Some schools have grown, some haven't. But a lot of that has now filtered its way through. So, for example, this orange bar, the lighter orange, is this year's 8th grade enrollment. And you see that it's at about 5,000, pretty close to the 4,500 mark, which is kind of that level. And then next year, we're forecasting that 8th grade will be pretty much down to that average, right around 4,500. So that means the kind of pain points, if you will, of these smaller grades matriculating through the system will have made their way through middle school by next year. And what will start to happen is over the next 4 years, we're going to see that start to impact high school. And so it's already started a tiny bit in 9th grade, where you see that this year and even 2 years ago, we were closer to 6,000 kiddos, and we think that current 8th grade will matriculate into 9th grade, and you'll see that we're showing a 500 student increase. So we do recognize there's a consistent pattern of the 8th grade class that becomes the 9th grade class in our district-run schools grows by about 500 kids. So we think high school will kind of level off around that 5,000 mark. And again, the whole reason your CFO has talked to you about any of this is we have to come up with some guess for how many kids we're going to have next year when we're setting the budget. And this is a big part of what informs that. Okay, and this is both a historic and forecast, effectively bar chart. And what you're seeing, we've broken out district and charter, and we do that because, again, the district budget, which is what we use to pay all our people, is based on the district enrollment. So we want to make sure you know what that number is. And if you've been to any of my presentations before, you've probably heard me talk about the fact that in Colorado, when you're a declining enrollment district, you're actually funded not on your actual count, but an average of current and past 4 years. And so that is why I have shown you what will be next year, FY24, and then the 4 years preceding it, because our funded count is an average of those 5 years. So I wanted to make sure you had all the data points. Now this is a membership number, which is not quite the same as our full-time equivalent number. But again, this just illustrates the pattern over time, that from what would have been school year 20 to next year, district schools, so the purple and the green, have produced about an 8,600 student membership drop, which represents about 12%. So 12% of 72,000 here, and what next year will be about just under 64,000. That's a 12% decline. And future declines, we think, will start to level off. And again, that relates to that high school pattern I just showed you, where we're going from about 6,000 kids to about 5,000 kids as these smaller grade levels start to matriculate through high school per grade. Does that make sense? Okay. Yes.
Can we share with the group real quick that we will put this in the shared folder after this is all said and done, so folks don't have to take notes madly? We will make sure that you have that.
Yeah, I also wanted to offer two things. One, this year I'm not on the team, so I don't have access to the folder. Brian can go ahead and email a PDF to anyone at this table if you want to load it up. Also, when I'm done presenting, we have like two options for kind of question and answer, depending on what you guys prefer. I know this is like data rich, and so sometimes it's a smidge on the overwhelming side. I am more than happy to hang out if folks in Jcea want to take a minute and caucus and just chat about like what you heard and what questions you have, and then come back and pose those questions. I will stay for that. I'll do whatever makes the most sense. I know it takes like a second to process, and just want to make myself available on whatever schedule works for you all. Okay, so I alluded a minute ago to this idea of the difference between the membership versus a full-time equivalent versus the funded count. And this visual helps us convert between those three different numbers. And the reality is, ever since Colorado sort of shifted to full-time kinder, there's not as much of a difference really between membership and FTE. Used to be in the old days, there was, because a lot more families chose a half-day kinder option, but that's minimal at this point. And also, there are a handful of high schoolers that are not full-time, and then a handful of exception students that are not full-time. But by and large, our membership, our district membership for next year, the 64,000 that I mentioned on the previous slide, I'm rounding, we take it down by just 204 to get to our FTE count. And so that's what gets reported or will get reported, or that's our guess of what will get reported to CDE this coming October, something, plus or minus, like don't hold us to the exact number, as our FTE count. And then that gets averaged with the prior 4 years of FTE counts. And we think that averaging effect adds 3,900 or 3,968 FTE to then land on what we're projecting as our district funded count for next year, which is 67,750. So again, that's that averaging effect right here, the additional almost 4,000 kiddos that we hope to be funded for that we're not actually serving, that then gets us to this funded count level. Okay, so to try and contextualize those a little bit, I'm doing a slightly deeper dive into, now we're just looking at funded count. So the previous slides, you've been looking at membership, which is what we call like, I won't say but, I said it anyway, which is like kids in seats, the actual humans, the little humans, sometimes bigger humans. And then, but this is our funded count. So this is just a dollar, a sort of a fake figure. But in this year, in our current year, our funded count is 70,000. I can't read the number, Brian. What does that say? Glasses aren't so good. 70,527, which does include this year our ECE funded count, our pre-K funded count. Okay, and that's because we're in the last year that our funding is going to come from CDE and thus be part of our school finance formula for pre-K. So, however, that number also excludes our in-district charters and our CSI authorized school. So again, one of my goals is that if you go to CDE's website and try and fact check my numbers, you'll be able to crosswalk that 70,000 back up to the number that's on CDE's website. CDE always reports district and charter, both. I'm talking to you about district only because that's what drives our budget. But I'm giving you the other numbers too, so you can go check them if you want. And then next year, the district funded count we estimate will be this 67,750. And we're still showing you that the pre-K kiddos will still exist. And in fact, we're serving more pre-K kiddos next year because we're growing our program, which is great. But that funding is no longer part of CDE's funding formula. It's no longer part of our funded count from CDE. It's handled by an entirely separate agency. Now, from a financial perspective, we have always brought funds tied to pre-K kiddos directly into the early childhood fund. So that specific change doesn't really impact the general fund necessarily, but it is a number difference that you will see again on their numbers and our numbers, and I just want to make sure in all the confusion that I've probably just created, that I'm explaining kind of why these things are happening. So again, we'll continue to be funded for the pre-K kiddos. That money flows directly into early childhood. It comes from a different agency. It will not be part of our CDE funded count. So the title is a smidge on the misleading side because while I hoped to show you a little bit of info about our English language learner counts, I don't have it at the moment. So right now we're just focusing on at-risk. And again, the reason this matters, it matters in part because we want to meet kids' needs, but it also matters because it impacts our funding. And so what you're seeing to the right is, again, about a 5-year horizon of our at-risk count, our combined free and reduced lunch eligible count. Now, this year, we have this little extra tall bar. And so what happened? What happened was the Federal National School Lunch Program grandfathered 3 years worth of kiddos. So any kiddo that was ever eligible in the last 3 years for free or reduced lunch was considered eligible regardless of whether they had submitted an application or not, was considered eligible as part of our October count. Now, this was true statewide. It impacted every district in the state. It's the reason that the state's overall at-risk funding went way up this year. It's also sort of a false count. It's a false count for everyone. So when we're trying to plan for our budget, we have to look at different numbers than that. This year's quote-unquote actual, which is kind of an anomaly. So what we did instead, what Brian and I did is we worked with the folks in our food nutrition services, and we said, hey, what do your numbers look like in November, December, where you've removed all the grandfathered kind of kiddos? What's that count? And we took that count and we did adjust it up a tiny bit. We adjusted it up by about 5% just to be like, well, maybe we'll get grandfathered for something, who knows? And that's what produced this number right here, which is 18,000. But what you'll see is that's a pretty consistent trend that's been happening in Jeffco. And so that's our guess. That's the district's guess for what our at-risk count will be next fall. Now, we won't really know until honestly like November, December, January. So we have to just roll with our best guess at this point, setting the budget. Hey, is that a question? Or are you just waving?
Yeah, I just, because I'll forget if I don't ask it now.
Yeah.
Because of the universal free lunch in Colorado, I believe starting next year.
Yeah.
How is the state going to figure at-risk kids? Because a lot of families are not going to bother filling out those forms because they don't have to get a free meal. And I thought they had somebody was talking about using a different measurement to figure out at-risk funding starting next year.
Yeah. So I am going to switch because I was like hunched over and I think that's going to hurt my neck. We very much hope that families will continue to fill out the applications. And we think there are a couple of motivating factors. Any family who completes that application not only gets free lunch, but they also get certain fees waived. And those fees are not inconsequential. We absolutely need families to still complete those forms so that we can seek reimbursement from the National School Lunch Program. That program will be running exactly the same as it always has. The state's funding is only an add-on to that. And so we are not eligible for state funding for 100% of our kids. We're only eligible for state funding for any kid that's not funded through the National School Lunch Program. So it's very, very important that we communicate, and we've already started this. My friends in Food Nutrition Services sent some preliminary communication out. We'll be sending it again and again and again, trying to make sure our families see the benefits of continuing to complete those applications, because it's really essential for us to get that funding in addition and before we get the state funding. So, and then the last part of your question was, isn't the state contemplating a new way to compute at risk? They are. They're struggling to put it all together. So next year, we will continue to use the National School Lunch Program sort of proxy, which is kind of what they call it. And then in the future, they're trying to roll out this new version of a data feed that involves our direct certified kids paired with some precinct data to drive our at-risk funding. But that still won't drive whether the National School Lunch Program reimburses us. So we will still be trying to get folks to fill out forms, and it will still be partially motivated by getting those fees forgiven. All right. So that was all the enrollment data. And at various points in this section, we're going to kind of reference back to the enrollment data. I'm fine to go back to slides if you're like, wait, what was that number before? But we're going to talk about the per pupil rate, the total program funding, the categorical funding, our mill levy overrides, our interest and miscellaneous, our total revenue. And then at the end, for people who love geeking out over this stuff, which is probably not Brooke, nothing personal, we're going to do a crosswalk. We're going to do a crosswalk as Rob. This is for you, Rob, this last section. Of the district and CDE estimates, and we even snapshotted the CDE estimate on their page, and we're going to show you exactly how ours is slightly different and why we think ours is better. Okay. No competition. Okay. Oh my God, it looks so bad. I don't know what happened. By the way, Montserrat is the district's font, if anyone ever wants to use it. And apparently, if you don't PDF it, this is what happens. So I answered my own question, Drew. I should have PDF'd it. Okay, so this is my caveat slide. There always has to be one, right? So what are the unknowns? I'm about to give you some revenue projections, but the reality is they have not introduced the School Finance Act. And the School Finance Act is the thing that actually determines our funding formula. So up until that moment, everything is just a guess. And the governor proposes something, but he is not a legislator. It's just a proposal. And so what comes forward in the School Finance Act matters. Now, I'm just being fully transparent here. We hear that legislators are still discussing a couple potential changes that could be not so great. The first, is there's still some people talking about turning what is currently up to a 5-year average for our funding count into a 4-year average. And if anyone remembers the shape of that graph of our enrollment pattern, if we lop off that 5th year and only average 4 years, it's a big deal. So if that does happen, that's about a $13 million hit to next year's revenue. So we really hope it doesn't. And it may not. It's kind of late in the game, and there's a lot going on. And so, I don't want to sound like it's a done deal. It's so not, but I want to be transparent. It's a possibility. Okay. Then there's some other folks, and there's always a little bit of buzz about the cost of living factor. And the cost of living factor is one of those factors that's like in the 206 row funding calc worksheet that the state puts out. And it's one of the few factors in the formula that really helps Jeffco. There's some folks who have some good intentions, I think, around having dollars tracked to student need, who have said we want to take dollars out of the cost of living factor and put those very same dollars into the at-risk funding supplement. Seems noble enough. Unfortunately for Jeffco, each dollar that comes out of the cost of living factor only comes back to us as 50 cents in the at-risk supplement. That's because we have a relatively low, at-risk count compared to some other districts statewide. And so we would be foregoing a pretty substantial amount of funding if this happens. I think this is even less likely than the 5-year to 4-year average change, although it is a persistent dialogue annually, so it's definitely something we keep track of. Just a heads up, the cost of living factor, and it's obscured by our logo there, provides $128 million in annual funding to the district. So I would very much prefer that 128 was not halved to 64. So. But again, I don't think anyone's thinking about 100% of it. I think they're talking about like, what if we took 10%, 20% of cost of living and put it into at-risk? But again, that's still coming back to us as 50 cents on the dollar. All right. Those are my caveats. I'll stop with that. Okay. So revenue. What's happening to our per pupil rate? So we expect that the per pupil rate will be about 10,196 in FY24. Representing a 9.1% increase year over year. This factors in the expected inflationary adjustment of about 8%. It also factors in the expected buy down of the budget stabilization factor by $120 million statewide. It also factors in one thing that is decreasing PPR. And that is, again, our decline in at-risk funding as the at-risk count returns to its normal after the current year anomaly. So at-risk funding, again, is a part and parcel of the overall formula. And because we're going to revert back to our count of at-risk that is real, not fake, it all averages in, and that becomes sort of a downward pressure on the per pupil once you add it all up. And I'll show this in a different way so that hopefully that makes even more sense than me just describing it. But you can see the trajectory there. Again, we've provided 4 years of historical and 1 year projected to see that usually the per pupil rate goes up. Okay. So our forecast for the district's total program is just kind of nomenclature of the state. It's a little bit of a misnomer because it's not our total revenue as a district, but it is the part that they get to effectively scope and define. We estimate that it will be $687 million. These dollars are in thousands, and that represents a 5.9% increase compared to this year's total program. So you should be saying, wait a second, how did she go from a 9.1% increase in the per pupil rate to a 5.9% increase in total program? Well, this harkens back to my presentation in January and February where I talked to you about the difference between rate and volume. And so the per pupil rate is increasing by 9.1%, but our volume, which is our count, our funded count, is decreasing by 2,777 FTE. So those two variables are moving in opposition to each other in this equation, which is a rate times volume or count, you can call it either thing, equation. And so the impact of that decline in funded count is enough that it means the overall increase to total program is 5.9%. Okay, I really love the math here. Yeah. Okay, and this is the district share of the total program. And again, later on, I'm going to walk you through a reconciliation of this figure to the currently published CDE figure, which does include our charters. Okay. Okay, so categorical funding. So again, order of magnitude, this is $687 million. That's a big chunk of our general fund. Categorical is not quite as big. But we do get some categorical funding from the state. We are estimating a 6.1% increase to categorical funding, which is consistent with what you just saw on the total program increase. The state, one important note, our transportation funding goes direct into that fund, so you won't see it in the general fund. So you have a general fund subtotal of $32.9 million projected for next year, and a transportation-only funding of about $5-ish million. I've rounded it. Combined, all of our categoricals sum up to $37.9 for next year, we think. The legislature has proposed investing the full dollar amount of the inflation adjustment for the categoricals into the exceptional children. Let's make sure we fix that typo, Brian. Component part next year. And again, that is an inflationary adjustment, which still doesn't meet inflation. Okay, so that's that part. So then our mill levy overrides. Just a quick reminder for folks that don't live and breathe this every day. What is an override? It is extra money that our generous taxpayers approve to give us as a district. It doesn't go to the state, it comes straight to us. And that's above and beyond what they're obligated to fund towards education. So it's above and beyond the local contribution to the total program. Our voters over time have approved a bunch of different mill levy overrides. The ones we have in place started back in 1999. Each override that was approved between 1999 and 2012 was approved as a fixed dollar amount that never increases. So that green chunk in this little stack never changes over time. Doesn't go up by inflation, doesn't go up with assessed value. What that means is when voters approved something in 1999 for, let's say, $12 million, maybe that represented, I don't know, some percentage of their home value. You know, it now represents less than half of whatever it did then. You know, so we've lost purchasing power on all those fixed dollar mills. We do have one override that doesn't adjust with inflation. It still doesn't adjust with assessed value, but it does adjust with inflation. And that override is increasing. You see us forecasting that right here. It's the orange to the orange. And so, and then, this top orange part is just the charter share. And also it's where we're netting out our uncollected taxes, not because we net it out of their share, but just to avoid massive confusion on this chart. I want to be really clear. We do not net our uncollected taxes only out of the charter share, but just for the purposes of this chart, that's how that shows up. So then the overall impact is that one mill that increases versus all the others that don't is our overrides as a revenue component will increase by 1.6%. And it is a big chunk. All right, you want to talk a little bit? No one's asleep yet. Really proud of you guys. Dale, I'm not sure, you might be. Oh, you're good. All right. I'm going to talk about interest and miscellaneous. I'm mostly going to talk about interest because it's sort of fun. So we are forecasting that interest net of bank fees will increase by about $2.4 million from our FY23 revised budget. For those who were paying lots and lots of attention, you probably may know that we adopted this year's budget with an expected 0 of interest, and that was because way back here in March and April, this was the interest rate environment we were in. So our 0.25%, not even a 1% interest, was not enough to offset our bank fees. And so if you go back and look at our audit from last year, you'll see that we did not realize really any interest revenue. And so at the time, it would have been imprudent for yours truly to say that this was going to happen, because I did not know that was going to happen. I thought that we were going to raise interest rates some, right? But I didn't know that. But when we did the revised budget in January, we did correct that, and we said what our revenue estimate this year is going to be for interest, and we are carrying that into next year. And our assumption assumes an average net interest rate, so that means our earnings after bank fees, of about 4%. Now you can see that right now, CSAFE is paying a little more than 4%. But again, I'm not comfortable projecting 12 months worth, the maximum value, and I have to net out all my bank fees. So that's where this part of the projection is coming from. Just wanted to share some color commentary on that. The rest of our miscellaneous income, which is all relatively small, again, this income category overall is about 19 million total. Will stay mostly flat with some slight increases. So we pay a lot of attention to what is current year actual and try and bring that forward as the future year, so that we're not really lowballing or highballing. I don't know if that's a thing. Usually it comes on ice. Okay. Dang it. All right. Have some more coffee. Okay, so this puts it all together. Everything I've just said comes together on this slide. We've given you a year of actuals, current year budget, and next year budget, and then provided the year-over-year change in each category. So some of this is old information, but it's all in the same place right now. So here again is the total program aspects. And we're looking at that 5.9% increase I talked to you about. Here are the categoricals with the 6.1% increase, but this is just the portion that gets realized into the general fund. Specific ownership tax local is the portion of SOT that the state doesn't claim as an offset to the state share. And we're forecasting a small increase there. And then mill levy overrides, as I talked before, the 137.8 million we expect to receive is only a 1.6 increase over the current year because of this impact of the fixed mills. And then the interest fee, I gave you the wrong approximate number. The interest fees and others is 31 million, not 20 million like I just said. I'm so sorry. And that includes that interest revenue increase I talked about before, which represents an 8.9% increase on that category. And then it all comes together as a 5.4% overall revenue increase. So that's what the district has available to spend next year that we didn't have this year. That's our guess. Tiny reminder down here in small font, FY24 figures subject to change upon introduction and passage of the 2023 School Finance Act. So please do know that these numbers will probably change, and I get to say I told you so when they do. Okay, no, I'm teasing. Okay, so now for the really geeky fun part, which I would call like presentation 201. This is a crosswalk of what's published right now today on CDE's website as the district's total program compared to the numbers I just showed you. And so we're going to explain bit by exciting bit why the numbers are slightly different. So if you go to their website, and there's actually a link in my presentation, so when I upload it to Google, you'll be able to follow that link. You can also just search by CDE School Finance and find this their funding page, etc. I'm happy to send the link to anyone who wants it. This is part of a spreadsheet they publish where they estimate, based on the governor's budget, what each district will receive the upcoming year. It's a very crude estimate. They also don't have access to information like we do about our enrollment counts and data. But anyway, what they are saying on their website is that we are going to get $786 million after the budget stabilization factor for both district and charter for next year. So here comes the walkthrough. Tiny font. Okay, so our forecast for total program funding inclusive of charter schools is $6.4 million lower than CDE's current published figure, supported by accurate data that we have in hand that CDE does not. And let me show you what that is. So the state's funded pupil count and online funding, which means funding for students in an online program, both overestimate the number of multi-district online students we will have. Why do they do that? They do that because they just carry forward a current year figure. We know from Enroll Jeffco that figure is too high. And what's interesting about particularly our JRLP program is the students enrolled in that program who return to a district school, they kind of move places in the funding formula. And so it kind of has a double impact, which is way in the weeds. That's like the 301. But what you're seeing here is that the total funded pupil count, including CSI, and this is right, from their numbers, basically backing into our numbers, ours is a little bit lower by 322. The main difference is here in the online and Ascent. We can see basically how many kiddos we think are going to go to JRLP or JVA. That sums up to 690. They're carrying an approximate estimate of 840. And then because those are added on and then separate into all the different averaging, this becomes the funded pupil count excluding online that then defines the funding formula without at risk. All of which to say it has a material impact on the funding. And then the state's FRL simply carries over the current year figure, which as I explained to you is an anomaly. Now they true it up. They're only going to fund us for our actual count next fall, but they don't bother to project what that might be. They just carry the current number. And so what you're seeing right here is about 4 million of the variance is coming from our two different estimates of the at-risk funding, meaning ours grounded in reality, which was our November count, and theirs grounded in nothing other than this year's count, which was inflated. And then again down here, there's this difference related to the online and Ascent based on these enrollment figures above. So that produces a difference right here of about 7.4 million. Where did my 6.4 come from? We're still working on it. But anyway, I think this number's right here. Now, to get back to the number I showed you before, we got to take the charters out, right? We got to take the CSI school out. So, but again, this is 795 is our budget number, 803. This is the budget stabilization. We're making the same basic assumption about budget stabilization. 786 was the number on the previous slide, I think, for their total program. This is the one that ours is. First we take out the CSI school, that's their funding, it gets down to 770. And then that takes me to the next slide. So here's that same 770 total program, our version, not theirs. Then we take out the charter share. Charters get funded effectively for their actual enrollment count times the calculated PPR. Now we're using our PPR, which reflects our at-risk count, et cetera, et cetera. And then we also have to estimate what portion of taxes won't be collected. Each year, our friends at the county collect the taxes that are due to us and hand them to us. They don't really hand it, they transmit it. But not everyone pays their taxes. I don't know why. But it's a kind of a predictable percentage of taxes that are uncollectible each year. And the state doesn't really care. So that just, if insofar as our local taxpayers are paying a portion of total program, which they are, and insofar as they don't pay their taxes, we're just a little bit SOL on that part. Oh, sorry, I'm just tiny colorful. These are actual Jeffco leaves colors. Okay, so that's our total program. So that's the 687. So that's the crosswalk. I took you from their 786, which showed up over here somewhere. There it is, 786, compared to our version, took out CSI, then took out our charters, then took out our uncollectibles. That 687 matches that other summary. So now you can go download the worksheet, work it at home. It's probably fun for the weekend. Okay. Just a couple quick notes on expense, and then I'm done. So as a reminder, this budget year, not next budget year, we are carrying a $32.5 million budgeted draw on our fund balance for the general fund. So how are we actually trending against our adopted budget? Fair question. Revenue is trending very close to budget. Expense is trending about 0.5% to 1% below budget overall. Those certain non-personnel expenses are trending over budget. For example, utilities is probably going to exceed their dollar budget by $3 million. Now, $3 million on an $18 million total budget is a fairly significant overage. So going into next year, we will need to add at least $3 million to our utilities budget based on the utility rate increases that all of us have been experiencing that have made me turn down my thermostat to 61 at night. Risk management is also trending over. This has to do with the cost of insurance. The cost of insurance has gone up astronomically as the cost of construction has gone up. So the replacement cost of our school buildings, which hopefully no one is ever burning down, has gone up a lot, like 30% or more. And that drives up the insurance we have to pay. So we're going to have to make an adjustment to risk management. So I only highlight those two things because they're kind of non-negotiables, and we for sure got to do it. Now, we do have some other inflationary increases on non-personnel that we're going to have to fund as well, but those two are somewhat extraordinary. Now, the district embarked on a plan to trim expenditures for next year, and we described about $20 million in recurring expenditures we hoped to identify and remove from both schools and departments combined, and then up to $10 million in deferred or delayed contributions to our capital improvement program. The general status is we are on track to trim $20 million in recurring expenditures combined between our school and departmental budgets. Just to be clear, that's been hard work, and it really does. It's a testament, I think, to a whole lot of people working very hard, particularly our principals and their leadership teams and their school communities, making some tough decisions, and a lot of department people putting in a lot of sweat equity to figure out what is it we could possibly do different or do less of. We are revising our recommendation on the capital improvement program contribution to defer up to $7 million instead of up to $10 million in contributions, given the pace and timing of projects, the need for those dollars, and the fact that, again, we have this little bit of extra interest revenue. Interest revenue is, you can sort of think of it as non-recurring over time because interest rates will go back down. And then this capital expenditure is sort of a one-time, so it's a good match. And in truth, part of the reason we're getting that much interest income is because we have funds sitting in our capital reserve fund waiting to deploy towards capital projects. So that's the status of that plan for everyone's FYI. And now I'm actually done. There's not even the end. Boop.
Thank you, Brenna.
Thank you,
very
Brenna.
much. Do we have any questions or comments at this point?
Well, I was going to take you up on your offer of maybe taking a quick caucus with our team to kind of make sure that we are clear on what questions we want to ask, what information do we maybe need from you still, or what questions, what information do we need to look for as we do our compensation proposal. So I would think 13, would 15 minutes be enough for a caucus? Okay, 15 minutes.
Right. I will check in in 15 minutes and hopefully reconvene in 15 minutes.
Yes, we will plan on being back up here in 15 minutes. So that would be 10 to 6. If there's a delay or if we need more time, I can send a text message, but we think that should be good.
Excellent. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. We're back, and we do have just a couple of questions while we still have Brenna here. So I will go ahead and turn it over to Rob if you want to start.
Yeah, hi, Brenna. I just had one basic question with a couple parts to it. And it relates to that $20 million of trimming. And I'd assume that part of that relates to the closing of the schools. Beyond that, what would be the number of FTEs that have been cut projected for next year? So if you look at this year's enrollment and then look at how many people in the last month or so have been told that they won't have a position next year. And, if you have that for like teachers and like FTEs who are licensed and also administrators.
Okay, we're still, some of this is very much preliminary. And the reason it's preliminary is schools ostensibly finished budgeting March 6th, but also still asked for changes. And then departments were supposed to have finished a little bit ago, but they aren't all balanced, so there's still some changes happening there. So our new budget system, we can tell like FTE, and so we're trying to do that, but just be clear, the numbers are moving some. So I'm going to read out a few different ones, and then again, I'm happy to share some things, but the other issue is from just like a people perspective. Not everyone who's potentially impacted has been notified, particularly out of departmental budgets. And so there's like a in size where I don't want to go down to that because then I start to sort of set off panic. Okay. For our closing schools, there were approximately 244 total FTE on their budgets this year. Now, all of those FTE from a budgetary perspective are removed. That does not mean the human beings are, right? We've worked very, very hard to find placement for the humans. But closing schools removed 244 FTEs across all job categories. Okay. Well, not including Paris. Sorry, I have a separate table I'm going to have to read from for that. You want to do this part? Okay. It's a hard question. I should have given it to Brian. Welcoming schools added 104 FTE. So when you think about like what was the net impact of closing schools, i.e. what efficiencies were gained by creating larger elementary schools and thus reducing administrative overhead and things like that. The net elementary budgetary reduction is 141. So again, that's taking the 244 reductions from the closing schools, the 104 adds in the welcoming schools equals a net of 141 in gained efficiencies, excluding paras across our elementary schools. Now, we had some enrollment declines on a year-over-year basis in our middle and high, which you saw on the chart, right? And so on a budgetary basis from this year to next year in our middle schools, we're seeing a reduction of 19 FTE. In our high schools, we're seeing a budgetary reduction of 9. That's one less than 10, 9. And then in our option schools, we're seeing a net reduction of 12, which is primarily JRLP. I spoke to you a little bit about the enrolled Jeffco data for JRLP that shows a lower enrollment. Now there are a couple other option schools that are adding staff that are sort of an offset, et cetera, et cetera. These are budgetary numbers, not humans necessarily, right? We're always trying to find the places for the humans. So total school FTE year over year, combined elementary efficiencies plus other right sizing in the district is 181 across all job categories.
Can you just elaborate what all job categories include?
It's essentially FTE that we budget for FTE. So it doesn't include, I'm not going to be able to go into every single line account, but what we have in there is the non-hourly positions here that we budget at a different level, right? We don't budget at an FTE level for hourly positions.
But are you talking just like the Jcea bargaining unit, or are you also talking about like
Everything.
assistant principals and principals and
Everything is in there.
On the hourly front, which we do budget differently, we budget on a dollar basis, primarily. In closing schools, we're carrying about $2 million on a budgetary basis for hourly employees. So that becomes a quote unquote net savings, right, on a budgetary basis. Our welcoming schools added $900,000 in budgeted hours for hourlies, and all other elementary added $880,000 for hourlies. And so that produced a net dollar basis change. We don't have an FTE count of negative 293. So let's round to negative 300,000 across all elementary schools in the district year over year. Yeah, I am. What? Am I saying it wrong? Oh, okay. I'll say that. This is like a comedy show. Okay. Sorry, which represents a negative 1.7% year over year change in the budget for hourlies. We don't have the right data yet for middle, high, and option because there's some noise in there, but we think there's a savings of somewhere between 750,000 to $1 million in overall reductions, but some people have budget for their hourly folks in the wrong place at the moment, potentially in their budget, so that we can't quite tell. It may look like a cut, but it's not actually a cut because it's in a different bucket, et cetera, et cetera. So that number is not hard by any stretch. So does that help? Yep.
Thank you.
Stephanie, I think you had a question as well. No, that's all right.
There we go. Okay. I was just wondering if we knew how many contracted positions we've had to use to fill for like special ed or SIRS positions, and the cost, and you might not have this right now, so it's okay, but the cost of how much that costs overall, and then how much on average do we spend per contract, roughly?
Okay, so we definitely don't have it, so I want to make sure I get everything you do want in terms of follow-up. So you wanted to know the cost of contracted positions, particularly for SPED.
SPED and then any other ones that we contract out.
Okay, and are you primarily interested in your bargaining unit or all bargaining units, or just
mostly our bargaining unit?
Okay.
I was like, I don't know, that's a great question. Sure.
And are you counting, like, as I understand it, we kind of have a partnership with JCMH that's been standing for a long time, and I don't know that we necessarily think of that as like outsourcing, but that is a way that we provide services in schools. Is that what you're trying to get at? Or?
No, I wouldn't include those.
Okay.
So yeah, any unfilled positions that we contract out.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and so the total number of contracted positions that we have to contract out to support students.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
And then the like average overall cost, and then the average cost per contract roughly.
Okay.
Because we know that it probably varies greatly based on experience and all things.
Okay.
In other words, Brenna, if the average teacher cost that you charge on SBB is what, $90K?
I think we're up at 100 for next year.
So $100K. What are you paying for a contracted FTE? 100, 110, it's just roughly. We don't need.
Yep. I think we can get close to that. And you're talking about school-based positions primarily. Yep. Okay. Does that make sense? Do we need to get that? We'll have to work with HR and then people on Liza's team to figure that out. We'll work on it for sure. Okay. Thank you for that question.
All right. Thanks, Brenna, I really appreciate that. And Brian, thanks for making the numbers fun, and we will we will take that and hopefully have an equally fun presentation for you on the 13th. So at this point,
Yeah, thank you, Brenna and Brian. At this point, I think we're ready for dinner. So unless there's anything else that needs to be addressed before we break. Going once, going twice. All right. Are we looking at a half an hour again?
that'll
Half an hour?
6:30. So back at 6:30.
Yep.
That work for everyone?
6:30. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for getting back timely. Next on our agenda is Article 5, Time Management. My understanding is that the district has a Delta proposal. Who's going to be doing that? You're on the Kim. Need help? Who needs a copy? Lisa? Yeah. Need one? Okay. Need one?
So I'm going to try to approach this with a little different strategy in that I want to give folks about 2 minutes to just read through it since we've all read through them a number of times. And then I'll just point out kind of where we are in terms of outcomes of what changes we were looking to do. What I will point out is 2 things. One of our goals, I believe we have in common, is to try to net a greater amount of planning time for our elementary colleagues. And in looking at that, trying to be flexible in our thinking to try to find ways to net some of that. And recognizing that with the length of school day, with our start times and end times, creating greater levels of consistency, as Amanda and I pointed out, right now with the schedule being what it is, there is a pretty sizable delta between the planning time that our art, music, and PE people have versus our classroom teachers have, and our elementary classroom teachers versus their secondary counterparts. So we were trying to find ways to codify it more in language to say we want to give elementary people a little bit more planning time in there. So hopefully folks can see at least an idea for how we might find ways to do that. Specifically in the 5.36, thank you. And again, we still believe that 4 non-contact days is the right way to go, just also trying to net them some time. But we also still are asking to go back to the language around leadership working in collaboration with JCEA to look for ways to either create a late start or early release schedule for the 24-25 school year. So I'll give folks 2 or 3 minutes to read through that, and then we can ask questions.
I just have a clarifying question because we're like on whatever version now. So is like what's accepted and what's like scratched compared to, I'm so confused. So sorry.
So the green was what I think you guys gave to us saying, okay, we're good with what you proposed there. And then you had proposed some additional. We went through, and I apologize, but what I did for simplicity's sake, trying to go back and forth, was do a strikeout piece and or insert in colored text so that it was at least noteworthy and try not to make it look like a crayon box exploded.
I'm going to check with people at 2 minutes. Raise your hands if you're still need more time. Okay. Are we ready to move forward?
Can I point out a couple highlights in there?
One moment.
Michelle, are you okay
Are you
with that?
ready?
If I point out a couple highlights.
Okay, go ahead, Kim.
So 1.5341, JCA bargaining team proposed that all 4 of the non-contact days that we add have a minimum of 5 hours for teacher-directed time. We accept that change and agree with that. And then, like I said, I pointed out 5-3-6, trying to come up with still having the flexibility of whether PLC was during the day or outside of the student contact day, recognizing that some schools wanted to do it within the day, and trying to also protect some planning minutes and a greater number of planning minutes for elementary. You guys have proposal for different ways of thinking. We're certainly open to that, but this is kind of our next best thinking in terms of logic for that. And then, as we said, we still are at a non-starter place in terms of willingness by cabinet level, by our board, to really look at changing for a late start or early release for the 23-24 school year, given the amount of change that we're asking our communities to work with us through. Questions?
Questions, comments? Kendra?
Thanks, Kim. I just had a question on the work for the 1 hour late start or early release. Would that 1 hour time once a week be educator directed, or would PD be a part of that 1 hour?
I think that's up for part of this negotiation as well. The conversation needs to be, what do we need to use it for? Is it a certain number of weeks or for the netting the individual planning time, and a certain number of weeks be professional learning? Is it all or one or the other? I think the conversation is, we know that educators need more planning time, and that is sort of a driving force of trying to find time.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa, go ahead.
I appreciate the work to add more time to 250. I think one of the concerns we're going to hear from our elementary teachers is that this is not during the student day, but during the 40-hour work week. And due to the length of the student day in a lot of schools, obviously there'll have to be some during the student day. But I just think that's going to be an issue, and maybe we can caucus about later, but maybe we can figure out like so much time during the student day, and maybe some extra time that's like every Tuesday will be free of any committee meetings or whatever. But
I think the group is certainly willing to engage in that dialogue back and forth, because we did talk about that we were trying to think through how all the different schools, and certainly thank you to Krista and Jessica for reaching out to colleagues to say, okay, help us think through how can we find a win-win where elementary teachers get more planning time and we can still do PLCs and DDIs in a way that works and supports schools and supports the need to use data to drive, decision making, and does not take away from a teacher's individual planning time. So certainly, I think between going back and forth with ideas, our hope is that we hit that Goldilocks point.
Okay.
I've got Brooke then Phil, but Phil, were you responding to Lisa? No. Okay. Go ahead.
I think a point of clarification, maybe it'll help in your conversation, Lisa, and answer the question. If you look in that first sentence under 536, we did insert uninterrupted planning time. So what we're talking about is scheduled time that's uninterrupted. And we realize that there is an issue at the elementary level with easily being distracted before and after school because of the duties, et cetera. But what we're saying here is that we want to be able to carve out that 250 minutes, and it has to be uninterrupted. So more than likely scheduled, so that if there are before and after school duties, which often occur, especially in our smaller elementary schools, we want to make sure that the time is uninterrupted and doesn't blend together, and teachers aren't losing that time. I think the word uninterrupted is really important.
Have there been any conversations about how schools with the new start and end times next year going to structure their before and after school time? So for example, there are a few elementary schools have a 7-hour day, which is, pretty long for the elementary. Some do now too, but have you had any conversations with principals about what their scheduling committee has been talking about so far? Are they going to have like 15 minutes before the day starts, 30 after, or vice versa? Or
Question. Dave has, and Amanda, and I'll certainly defer to you if you have additional pieces. There have been conversations about that to start with. There have also been conversations with our SAE teams to make sure that we've got whatever we need in terms of before or after school. But part of the discussion has been not to lock anybody in, recognizing that if we needed folks to be flexible, for example, one day a week you come 30 minutes before the kids, and another day a week you come 15, or you flex that back and forth and not say every single day it's 30 before and 30 after, so that we can create time for folks and be able to make that time that people can either use it, or whether it's for meetings, whether it's for PLC, whatever that is, because the minute we say it has to be exactly 30-30, we're locking people into not being flexible.
No.
So I know that folks are trying to think flexibly about that. Would you add anything?
I would say the same thing. I've actually worked up a couple of schedules, flexible work week, 40-hour work week schedules, but principals can add in quarters, so pretty simple to figure out, but it is tricky because not all planning time, when included in the 40-hour work week, is going to be common planning time, right? So it's not that maybe not all first grade teachers are going to have the same additional time. Certainly they're going to have the same art, music, PE planning time, but they might not have the same planning time, every Monday before school, unless of course that is their chosen DDI or PLC time. But with 8-hour work days or a 40-hour work week, we do have an additional, 4 hours, if you will, to play with in the schedule. If you take out that 1 extra hour for a staff meeting on a Wednesday afternoon, for example. But I think that what we really need to do is give our principals, elementary principals specifically, permission to be flexible and maybe some visual understanding of what does a flexible 40-hour work week look like, so they're not thinking in 8-hour days, but in a 5-day week.
Yeah, that makes sense. And again, as long as they're doing it, hopefully in collaboration with their OLT. And one other concern I have, there's one school I have right now, the contract day and the student day starts the same time, and that's just not realistic. So you've got to have at least 15 minutes in there for teachers to get in the door and set up their room, et cetera. Okay, thanks.
Brooke, go ahead.
I feel like I asked this before spring break, but I can't remember. So I'm going to ask it probably again. Can you tell me who's facilitating or running the calendar committee right now? I'm just asking specifically about 5.3-4-1.
Renee Nicothodis leads it.
Okay.
And there are at least 3 of us sitting here that are a part of that process. So there are a number of us that are on the negotiations team that are on the calendar committee, but she actually leads the group.
Okay, and then I know that we have 3 JCA representatives, but can you tell me the makeup of that group?
Ask me that again. I'm sorry, I did.
Can you tell me the makeup? Like, we have 3 JCA representatives, we have this many administrators, we have this many JESPA folks, we have community members, parents.
I think there's like 15. I participated last year when we were trying to figure out what the just right days were for the additional non-contact days, and there were parents in the group, there were principals in the group, there were teachers in the group, there were JESPA members of the group. Krista, can you remember anything more than that? Because I know you've been on it longer than I have.
I do remember from teacher perspective, there seemed to be a good representation from high school, middle, and elementary.
I know. I recommend that.
Yeah.
But so I just want to explain why we have it in here the way that we did, and the intention of the language behind this. So when Tom McDermott was here, I expressed my concerns of the makeup of the committee because, like, when teachers had concerns or wanted placements of these types of days and gave their reasons, like there was a community member on the committee that it was really important for them to like have Veterans Day off, for example, or, and wanted to place maybe a professional development day there or whatever. Like, I want educators to be able to put these days in place for professional reasons that maybe a parent or community member may not understand. And I'm all for, like, I'm a parent too, and helping parents and trying to work with them on scheduling. But when we are trying to schedule days for planning, there's specific times that we need it more than others, that as professionals, I want a voice in that. And I know the calendar committee is not the funnest committee, because when you put out the calendar, people like contact you. That's why I don't want to be on it. But that's also why I put representatives on it from different grade levels, because they also have different perspectives. But the reason that we put this on here and that we don't have the calendar committee on here is because these are professional days for educators, and they should be the decision makers in that. And I know that it affects families, but we need time to do report cards. We need time for planning. And so we want to put these days strategically and spread them out. And yes, I like backing them up to certain breaks and stuff to make it more convenient for families. But, there's times in the year that we really need those, and like October is a really long month, and we have conferences and there's things going on too. Or, testing months where teachers they've been testing and they haven't had any time to plan. So I want to make sure that our educators have a voice in that. And that's why we intentionally did not put the calendar committee there. That's why I was asking about the makeup, because I think it's probably changed since Tom McDermott.
Kim, did you want to respond or anything, or I don't think it necessarily.
Dr. Kim, just so you're aware, Brooke, the last time the calendar committee met, it was led by Tom McDermott. So it was the same makeup then. I mean, it hasn't changed yet, because we do 3 calendars at a time, right? And we're in calendar year the 2 of 3, I think. And so the next year is the 3rd. And then we'll reconvene the calendar committee in the spring of next year to write the following 3. So, but Renee and Dr. Kim, I think, collaborated last year with input that they gathered around the 3 additional days this year. But one of the things to point out is that one of the things Dr. Kim left in there was that we would put them at the end of grading periods that would match as many schools as we possibly can. Because as we know, we have quarters, trimesters, and semesters. So if we can put it at the end of the grading period to help out a teacher in completing their final grades, that would be ideal, I think.
I just want to recognize that I've been in meetings run by all of those folks, and I feel a little bit better that they're being run in a different way now, I'm sure. So, not that I'm putting anyone down, but I'm just saying I can see that and recognize.
I appreciate that, Brooke, honestly. And part of the reason why I wanted to leave the specific language that you guys suggested around end of grading periods is it will help us have that conversation with calendar committee and not necessarily have it be about, I'd like to lengthen my break, but this is really about giving our educators the time that they need to do their work. I agree with you. There are times that it is absolutely more advantageous than others, and it doesn't do a whole lot of good if we don't put it in that time frame. So I acknowledge that.
Brooke,
Is this in response? Okay, go ahead.
yeah. I think it's really important to clarify when you said this, it's important that we have this. Are you talking, what specifically are you talking about so we make sure we capture that? You said it's really important that we have this in 5341 and I maybe.
Oh, I was talking about the calendar committee was added into that. And so one of the reasons that we did not purposely put the calendar committee in that language is because we wanted the professionals that need those times and those days to be able to place them where they need them. Because we understand our profession and there's people on the committee that don't. And I think our administrators do and the teachers, but like really those days are for us. And so we need those days and we need to be able to place them where we need them.
Okay, so you were explaining why you took it out.
Why we never put it in.
We never put it in. Okay, I'm sorry. Wasn't following when you were like, I think it's important that we have this. I was like, what's the this?
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
It's not anything against the calendar committee. It's just as a professional, you need things in certain days. So I do appreciate that we have the piece about the grading periods. But, there's also like testing and other things in places that, so I just wanted our teachers to have a voice and where those days would be.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure I heard that right. So I agree. Thank you.
I think Christina is going to weigh in on the issue also, so go ahead, then Michelle.
And Amanda, correct me if I misspeak, but if my memory serves me right, another piece, since these days are PK8, that may make that decision when that team goes back to add those days in the calendar, might be a little easier. When calendar committee met, we were looking at K-12, and there's different needs between high school and elementary, as we know, and with semesters and trimesters. And I know that there was a lot of discussion about that and whether we do finals and a day off before like winter break and semesters due to some of the constraints, and I don't know them all, that high schools had. So I think these being PK8 days might help that piece too.
So you're saying I can add a fourth person so preschool has representation?
Go ahead, Michelle.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I definitely think we're going to want to take a look and obviously in caucus time and maybe suggest a couple of changes. I have more of a process issue to bring up is that normally, and I guess we didn't get to this and I didn't think about it till right now, but generally when we go over language, whomever is presenting will send that to Drew, and that way Drew can post it up on the live feed so that our viewers at home can kind of follow along with the language as we explain the changes. And I don't think we went over that before. So just in terms of going forward so that our viewers here and also at home can participate and ask questions if they have them. That would be really helpful. No, it's okay. Yeah. So, and I'm thinking at this, you can share it if we want to put that up quickly, so that we can point out some of the bigger changes. And then when we return the red line, we'll do the same thing and we'll share it that way as well. So.
Christina, your name tag was the leftover. Michelle, is the union contemplating caucusing over this tonight?
Yeah,
Okay.
assuming yes,
Okay. All right.
there will be time.
Any other questions? Any other concerns?
We'll do what we did last time, which is you guys go over 10 and then we'll sort of take them and go. Does that make
Yeah,
the most sense?
absolutely. That way we both have stuff to do in the caucus. Yeah.
If there's no other questions or comments about Article 5, then let's move forward to Article 10.
Yeah, that'd be great. And we'll post the language for 5 when we do after our caucus,
Okay.
when we post our changes.
Sounds good.
Okay, I have paper copies here for all of us. And Drew, I did email you a link to the Google Doc.
But there's only 10, so if you
Oh, there's only 10. So JCEA people, you can, it's on our Google Drive. And I will download this to our shared drive. So just to start off, the document we were working on had so many colors and crossouts and everything. I took current language and went through and did a new red line of current language. And then I put it in yellow, things that we changed from your last version. So what's in red is new, but it's okay. I mean, I think both sides are okay with everything in red, but the yellow is what we added from what you showed us. So 10-1, pardon? Did you get it, Drew? Yep, there it is.
Okay.
How come it's black, Drew? A black background? Huh? Okay. All right. So in 10-1, we just changed, I think it was critique or something to constructive feedback. That was the only change we made there. And if you keep scrolling, scrolling. 10-6-1, I just updated 10-5-3. I renumbered stuff because I just am obsessive about things like that. And then 10-7, I just added that last sentence to be the same as the previous paragraph. This is on the ALT, and it just mirrors the language from the OLT. So that's the only reason I added that. And then 10-8, 10-8-1, and 10-8-2, I tried to mirror the language from the OLT and the ALT, but I don't believe there's anything substantive that is been changed in here. But you all can, read through it carefully and make sure. And it did add 10-11. We have places in the contract, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head now where they are, but we do have some language about workplaces or district departments, like departments in this building that have JCA bargaining unit members, that they will have a similar collaborative process. I think the one that's the most that's active is the nurses. But I have an interest in having the people that work in this building to have a stronger collaborative process with their managers. And that's about it. I think that's it. What?
Go ahead, Monica.
Yes. Yeah, you probably do.
I think, and I was just trying to check with Anthea,
Are the colors wonky?
I think it's more than just the yellow that you guys proposed. Because if you look at, for example, like 10-8-2, didn't you guys add like A, B, C, D, E?
10-8-2?
10-8-2.
Oh, there was a comment there. So I deleted something. Is that what
I think you added that whole 10.8 too.
Yeah, I did. And it's to mirror the language for the OLT and the ALT. It doesn't really, I don't believe it's a substantive change. It's just to mirror the language so that each committee has pretty much the same language. There's 10.8, each committee has a paragraph like in 10.8 where it describes the committee and who's going to be on it. And then 10.8.1 talks about decision making, and I think it's almost the same for everyone. And then 10.8.2 talks about their responsibilities.
Oh, maybe we have a different copy than what's up there.
Yeah. I was going to say what's up here is not right because what's up here is showing PPSC, which I think we've struck. So I don't know if this is the wrong copy, maybe, Lisa.
I thought he was showing what hang on. I don't know. I mean, this is what I gave him.
Because this says 10.8.2A, school-wide and class-wide behavior management systems that are aligned with district structures and systems. Yeah, I wonder if that's what happened.
So why don't I do this? I love Word because I'm old.
I know you do.
So let me email my Word copy to Phil, and Phil can email it to all of y'all.
Or what about to Drew? Yeah. Is this what you need?
Okay.
No, he had the Google Drive. I can email it to Drew.
Email it to Drew, and then you can email it to Phil as well. This is the right one. What was up there was wrong. So this is the right one? Yeah.
Your paper copy should be right.
The paper one. The paper one's not right either? I can drop it into that.
I don't know. My head is spinning, but yeah, Phil just got it, I think. Did you get it, Phil? Or is the internet moving slowly tonight? But I could drop it in. I'm actually smart enough to do that.
Yeah, I think this is the right copy. It's just what was up there was wrong. Yeah, so maybe try emailing whatever you're looking at to Drew.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Did you get a new one yet, Drew?
So what we printed out is okay.
What we printed out, I think is okay. I think what's being shown is
Yeah, and I just downloaded some. I'm going to make sure it's right.
I like to point out, pen and paper never has a bad day.
Yep.
I mean, I could
Never miss a chance.
share the Google.
See, that's not the right one either.
Lisa,
What
we might want to do, if you do email your Word version to Phil and we have the paper copies, we could still
Yeah, I
do the
did,
caucus
and
work we need to do off of that.
I'm trying to download it also
Okay.
To our shared Google Drive.
Okay.
That is the right hard copy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that should be the right one. I don't know why what I sent Drew was wrong, because from what I see on my screen, it was right, but I don't know. All the colors are things we have jointly changed. Either you or us have jointly changed from current contract language.
Yes.
I believe that I got everything in yellow highlights that we changed from your last version. And the reason I did it that way, when we get all done with this, I have to show our members a clean red line so they can see the changes in language when they ratify it. So I just kind of decided to start that process because it was getting so messy. So that's kind of why I did that.
So we can work off of the paper copy and whatever that Lisa emails to Phil to go through and caucus ourselves.
Internet is weird tonight because it's Phil. What? Okay, I'm going to download it to the shared drive if I can figure out. Okay, it's now in our Google Shared Drive.
We've got those.
And I am 99.9% sure it's the right version.
All right. Are there any, as it relates to Article 10, are there any questions or comments before we go into caucus?
Yeah, we need to do better.
We have one more presentation, before we hit the caucus.
And I do not have paper copies of this. Oh, you have paper copies of what I did today? Oh, you're so good. All right, I'm going to send it to Phil and Drew.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has it hooked up. I think at this point we're to email it to Drew. It's in the Google. We could share it.
I just emailed it to Drew in Word, and now I will attempt the download.
Okay.
Okay, so you emailed the benefits proposal, and then
emailed it to Drew. Yes.
And then Rob, if you want to share.
Hold on real quick. I still do want to give an opportunity to ask questions or comments about Article 10 before we move on to benefits.
Absolutely. I think people can do that. We'll just get this set up to go for the next thing.
Yep.
But yes, absolutely. Yes. Just we'll work on this while you guys ask questions. It comes up as A-S.
It's probably slower for me because I'm not in a sit down.
That's true.
But it might be a problem because it's on our personal.
I sent it to him. Maybe he'll get it. Did you get it from me in a Word doc in your email?
I just said that same thing. You copied it.
Are we all squared away?
I know, isn't technology a hoot? Okay, so I think maybe we have the correct Article 10 now on the screen.
Fantastic.
And absolutely, and everybody should have paper copies, which are correct in front of them as well. And then we've dropped a version, I think, in our joint folder that you can also take a look at. So yes, I agree. Questions?
All right. Anyone have any questions or comments about Article 10? Anything at all? All right. Going once, going twice. Let's move on.
Okay, we also would like to do our benefits presentation, and I'm going to be turning it over to Rob Cassidy to run us through that.
Okay, and I wanted to start with just a little presentation of some slides. And part of this was because we did have a story and interest session a couple weeks ago, but it was at the Jcea office, and it was not live streamed. And there were some really profound stories there, and I think it was a really good thing to see. But unfortunately, if you are tuning in from afar, you might not have been able to get to that. So I wanted to give a little context before we show the language. So first off, a couple findings from our wise. Oh, I see. I got it. Okay. Yeah. Once again, technology. Yeah, no, I got it here. Yeah, I have the clicker. So first off, a couple findings relating from our survey. Was that first thing was, although there are many employees who wanted more info on this question, there was an overwhelming majority of support for the idea of the district covering a percentage of the premium rather than a flat fee. And that would mean that both the district and employees would share in the cost of increases each year, as opposed to, with the flat rate, it only would be shared by both parties if it's negotiated to share. Am I going backwards? Why is it? Okay. Another finding was that approximately 3/4 of the respondents supported having a different district allocation for employees who are alone and those who are getting insurance with dependents. And this was definitely a question that in the comment section, there was definitely some very wide-ranging feelings here. So there were definitely some people who had very strong feelings both ways on this, but there was a very profound majority agreed to some sort of differentiation between the benefits provided for the different allowances of either a spouse or full family or children or dependents. And I wanted to speak to that a little bit in that children overall lower the cost of the health insurance for the group, because generally children will be utilizing the service less. So then if you have more children in the plan, enrolled in the plan, then when Kaiser or when Aetna is doing their calculations and they say usage and how much does each person enrolled in the plan use the plan, there's a lower amount of money put in or a lower amount of usage put in from the kids who are maybe not using it as much as people more my age. So as a result, with more children enrolled, increases in the premium tend to be lower with that happening. So because of that, there really is an interest in encouraging people to enroll dependents into the program. And as I'll show a little bit in just a moment, that isn't really mirrored in what we are currently doing in terms of our benefit structure. Because currently cost to many employees, due to cost, they're currently not. There's actually disincentives to enroll children at this point. And I wanted to go through a few charts, and these charts were made by Lockton for the district. And it goes through just a series of scenarios, and basically how each of these graphs work is the x-axis or the horizontal axis is talking about richer benefits. So the further to the right you go, then the more robust the plan is, the more, it's not cheaper, it's more, you get more benefits as you go to the right. The y-axis going up is cost to the employee. And you'll see this first one is Colorado headquartered employees. And it's 152 employers. And it is actually a sampling of Lockton's portfolio here. And you'll see the black dot there is the overall average, showing, the left to right, the average richness, and, bottom to top is the average cost. And you'll see that compared to Colorado in general, the majority of our plans have, comparable richness to the average, but cost a little bit more. With the exception being that Kaiser 4000 HD HP plan, which is much less rich, but also cheaper. Now we can also look, in this case, it's just single employee contributions. So they've disaggregated the dependent categories, and this is just single employees, looking again at Colorado headquartered employers. The black dot, again, is the average for all the groups in the sample. And you'll see in this case, we're doing pretty well in terms of the blue dots are showing about the same richness at a lower cost. And that one dot way off to the left that's blue is that 4000 HDHP Kaiser plan, showing drastically less cost than many of the plans, but also much less richness. Unfortunately, that switches when we get to the with dependents. And you'll see here, in terms of, this is like with child, spouse, family contributions blended into the mix, you'll see that, again, the black is the average, and the Jeffco plans give about the same richness, but $300 a month more of cost. So there's a considerable extra payment that those people are making compared to the average for Colorado headquartered employers. With, again, the one exception being that Kaiser 4000 plan is actually a little bit less expensive, but again, it's far less rich. Now, the last three slides are going to education. And this education, I did talk to Lockton, and it is nationwide, and it is not only public schools. Again, it's the ones that they represent. So there are elementary schools here, there's secondary schools, there's private schools, there's public schools. So it is a mix of education situations. Same scenario though, with the black dot being the average, and you'll see that for Jeffco, we are this is for all employees, we are a little bit more expensive, but also less rich than the average. Again, that one exception being that Kaiser 4000 is far less rich and slightly less expensive. Here then is single employee contributions only, and you'll see, again, somewhat less cost than the average for Colorado, considerably less cost for that Kaiser 4000 plan, but for all of the plans, less richness than educational plans have as an average. Now, unfortunately, when we blend in the spouse, the child, family contributions, the picture gets a little more bleak here in terms of we're getting here less rich plans at considerably higher cost than the average for 3 of the 4 plans that we currently have. And the 4th plan, that Kaiser 4000, is only slightly less money, but drastically lower richness. So I think we see, a consistent trend in these sets of data that the individual employee is, okay in terms of the district average, or in terms of, the average of all the data that Lockton has aggregated. But in terms of as soon as dependents get put into the mix, Jeffco is not doing a good job for those employees in terms of basically encouraging those employees to have dependents, because a lot of these people, and we did get a lot of comments in our survey saying, I'd love to have my dependents or my kids on the plan, but frankly, I can't afford it. So I just go to the, I'm blanking on the term, but to the marketplace, and I just get it at the marketplace. And so they're separate from my Jeffco plan that I'm doing myself. Unfortunately, when they do that, then the kids who aren't utilizing the plan much aren't included in our figures, and that will potentially cause our premiums to get higher than they would were the kids enrolled. So I think that does conclude those preliminary slides. But I wanted to put those slides in, and we as a group wanted to put those in to show kind of context for then the proposal that we have. And so with that, I think I'll go ahead and let's pass out the paper copies, which I think I might keep one just because paper doesn't have a bad day, as Dale said. Oh, yeah. And maybe since this is, or I'll let everything pass out before I talk here. I failed on the other one. Like, this is different than the one in the last one. Where am I? Okay, does everyone have, have we dispersed the copies here? And just right off the bat, I did want to note, and this isn't necessarily language, that top note, but it is, and maybe it could be, but it was a statement that this proposal is from Jcea alone. This does not represent other bargaining groups. It doesn't represent other entities within Jeffco. It is Jcea's proposal alone. And essentially what we did was we went to Appendix C, which is where this was already contained in the contract. And one change that we had put in here was back in the day, the full-time employees used to go down to the 0.6%. Or sorry, 0.6 for people who, so basically if you taught 3 courses, if you're a teacher, that was 60%. So then that used to be, back in the day, covered with full-time health insurance. And I think with Obamacare, I think with the national rules, with that, it then got moved up to the current language is 0.75 employees. We are proposing putting it back down to the 0.6. And part of the thought here is that will then encourage a couple things. One is we have declining enrollment. There might be situations where there are teachers who, would be willing to teach for 3 courses out of 5, but only if they get health care. Because if you don't get health care, you already have a lower wage, and then it might become economically unfeasible to do, with the high cost of childcare and other things. It just makes it much more desirable to be an employee with that full-time benefit if you're at 0.6.
And if I could just add a little historical context. It went from 0.6 to 0.75 because Obamacare required insurance for anybody working 30 hours a week or more. The district had classified employees working 30 hours a week who were not eligible for health care. So they had to bring on a lot of new classified employees. And so JCEA agreed to change that from 0.6 to 0.75 to help the district defray the cost of adding the classified employees that needed to come on.
Okay, so that was one point that we had there. And then the main meat of what we have is in that section 1.1, where basically we're building on what is in the current language and saying that basically that the taxable, non-taxable employer contribution will be made to offset the cost of district-provided insurance. And we've split it up here because of software issues that have been talked about, the fact that the current system is not able to do like a percentage this year just due to the software aspects and upgrading the software. What we're proposing is for the 2023-24 school year, the amounts that the district contribute will be specified in the table shown below. And then for following years, that we will have the district paying a percentage-based amount with the total monthly premiums to be determined by the Benefits Advisory Committee by December 15th of 2023. The percentages of those would not be lower than the percentages paid by the district for any of the categories of insurance for this upcoming 23-24 school year. Then we've also added in, if the premium is less than $568 a month, the district will basically be adding that to the employer's health savings account. So we have increased kind of the flat fee amount from the $549 up to $568. And so part of the logic of that is, we do want to see all employees in the bargaining group, get some benefit from this. And so one aspect is you'll see when we get to the table is that we are trying to address that issue of the current discouraging of families enrolling. So we are trying to address that, but we don't want to address that at the expense of single employees. So we are increasing the total up to $568 from the $549. And then again, below we have basically the plans are here. There is one plan, there's actually a new Aetna plan, the HDHP Aetna plan. Those numbers, I don't believe, and maybe Phil could correct me, I don't believe I've ever seen finalized numbers for those, because in the Benefits Advisory Committee, we actually had two plans and we chose kind of a hybrid between the two. So I actually haven't seen the exact details of that. But what we've done on this is, and the thinking of this was, we've had about 10 years where the district contribution was pretty flat. There was almost no change in the district contribution until generously there was a $20 a month increase last year, which we do appreciate, that. But even that, I don't think is made up for the 10 years of essentially flat prior to that. So what this proposal is basically doing is then taking this year's contribution and then looking at the increase that we are going to be seeing due to the costs of the increasing in the plans between this year and next year. And we are asking that the district basically cover that increase in cost to try to get back up to closer to the percentage that it was at back a number of years ago before we had this long flat time with no increase in district contribution. So when we have these different numbers here, we're basically taking the $549 of current payment and then adding on the increase for each of the categories here into that new amount. So like the Kaiser HDHP1 plan has employee alone is $568, and that difference there represents the increase in the premiums that next year's allocation will have compared to this year's allocation. Then when we go to employee and spouse, it's $586. And again, that is the difference between the $549 and next year's allocation. Yes, go ahead, Lisa.
Just a question, Rob. So basically what you're saying is employees will not see an increase in their premium costs this year. They will be paying the same amount that they did this past year, and the district's picking up the increase. Is that
correct?
Okay.
Beyond slight penny rounding issues here and there. So yeah, basically we're saying we're proposing that employee costs stay constant for this year, and that the district, since employees have been absorbing for about a decade the increases in healthcare, that this year that the district absorbed that increase in healthcare. And so we've just gone through and calculated the numbers based on the upcoming premiums compared to the last premiums. And again, any number below the 568, the difference could then go into that health savings account. So yeah, that basically goes through there. And again, the one plan there is a new plan being offered this year, so that one's a little speculative. I tried to have numbers mirroring the other plan, make it so that the plans had similar quantities there. But again, it's a little speculative because we don't have firm data on that yet, as far as I know. There was only a couple other minor changes in terms of our proposal here. One was in section 2 on the next page. There is a talk about half-time employees and more. And again, we're making that language go from 0.5 to 0.6 rather than 0.5 to 0.75, just to mirror our earlier statement at the start of the section here. We're also proposing in that section that employees who are at the halftime can buy into district healthcare at their own cost, so that they would be able to incorporate themselves into the plan as well, which again could increase our numbers, things like that. I think Lisa did also note there are a couple obsolete statements in the table above, which we just caught a few minutes ago, that we'd probably have to go through and clean up a little bit in the health savings account language on the table right above. So, sorry. And the dental, yeah. So there's a couple language cleanup issues just because time has passed and there were dates specified.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay, so if anyone has any questions, I'll try to answer it. And sorry about my lack of technological expertise.
Go ahead, Ken.
My first question comes from the note up above. Have you all had very clear conversations with JESPA that you are having this conversation and basically stepping out of their MOU, the MOU that you all agreed to?
I don't think we're stepping out of it.
Okay.
We
understand.
We are bargaining with them. We support their.
Okay.
They have a somewhat different proposal.
Okay. So you guys just decided to each give your own proposal.
We are giving our own proposal because we have different situations.
Okay. I want to make sure that we're not doing this and they
No,
don't have any
absolutely
idea
not.
that this is a conversation that we're having.
I talked to Xander last night.
Good. Thank you.
Xander's actually seen this proposal.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. I want to make sure.
And we fully support JESPA in their proposal.
I just want to be respectful to both groups.
And so we are completely in support of their proposal, but feel that for our members, we also feel for the district, if our proposal exactly monetarily mirrored theirs, it might be financially straining on the district.
Thank you for clarifying that, Rob. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kim. Go ahead, Phil.
So just a point of clarification, the 0.75, I think you were speaking a little bit to the history of that. And actually, the 30-hour per week requirements were long before the Affordable Care Act came into place. I've been doing HR work since 2002, and I remember back then there was a need to provide benefits.
Well, then the district wasn't following that rule back in the day. I can guarantee you.
Well, this was in a different state.
Okay, just saying. Just
in the
saying.
same country.
I mean, Bill, here's an example. I remember back in the day, we had an employee who was working as a para half-time and a teacher half-time. So it was a full-time employee, and she had no benefits whatsoever. So anyway.
I hope that
I'm still bitter. Can you tell?
I hope that at least she got a blended rate for her pay according to the Fair Labor Standards Act, but that's a different story. So a question as far as clarification in that first paragraph under 1.1, Second sentence, it says, for the 24-25 school years and years after, the district will pay JCA bargaining unit members a percentage of the total. And that's going to be determined by the Benefits Advisory Committee. Just some clarification on that. The BAC is going to determine the percentages.
Do you want to address, because that was actually your.
Well, if you don't think the BAC is the right group to do that, we could certainly have a different committee, but somebody's going to have to dig into the numbers and figure out percentages for each category, like single plus spouse, single plus kids, single plus family.
And I had percentages that we actually took off because we wanted to integrate you into the conversation before we just threw out percentages.
I mean, we have thoughts about the percentage of what it should be.
I have numbers.
I just see that the BAC is getting to determine the percentages, not during bargaining. Is that how I'm reading this or not?
Well, let's say put this, the BAC would study the costs and what percentages might be recommended to the bargaining teams, or optionally, you could have a different group of people work with your number crunchers to figure this out. I think right now you're paying about 63% of the total cost in my rough back of the envelope computation using English teacher math. And so if we're going to need to have some plans pay, we're going to have at least one plan that's 100% for single. So we're going to have to figure out, how much money are we going to put into this, and then which plans will get what percent paid. So it's not going to all be the same. And I didn't feel like we were capable of figuring that out ourselves, the JCA bargaining team. And it's not something that can be done for this year anyway. So let's figure it out together over the next X number of months, so that so that the district's gurus would have time to change your computer programming so that you could do a percentage. Because right now, I don't think you could. Hopefully, you could in a year.
And we can certainly have a different entity do it. We wanted to involve you with the decision making there as well, instead of just saying this is the number.
No, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make it clear that BAC isn't determining the percentages.
Yeah, it could be someone else.
And it could be something like recommending percentages to the bargaining team or the bargaining process.
Yeah, go ahead.
That dialogue piece is helpful because the Benefits Advisory Committee should make recommendations, but as an entity, our associations need to have the ability to bargain that amount, whether it's on an annual basis or every 2 or 3 years, whatever gets decided along the way. Math teacher math would tell you that part of the conversation should be at the bargaining table, with Benefits Advisory certainly digging in deeper to look at that, because mathematically, one could build a very compelling case to say your dollars go a lot further when they're in your salary because they count towards your para than they do in your benefits. But that's my financial hat advisor speaking, not my, but in terms of grand scheme of that, you want to make sure that gets taken into consideration when people are having conversations about compensation.
And I think I'm just going to be blunt here. JESPA's members have different needs than our members. And our members are keenly aware of what you just said. Yeah. JESPA's members, it's just a little more dire for them.
Absolutely understand that and want to be respectful of that as well.
In the past, the district has always insisted on treating every employee group the same when it comes to benefits. Maybe it's time to not do that anymore, because some of our employees do have different needs. So,
thank you. Dale, go ahead.
Yeah, and I also agree with you about the para and all that. I would say for teachers in my position, educators in my position, who are closer to the end than they are at the beginning, that makes that means more. But teachers who are beginning in the profession, that's really not their thought process, and they know their benefits really cost a lot, and it really chews into their salary.
And part of what we're trying to address is, relating to those slides that I showed that Lachlan had prepared, where I think we're doing okay in terms of individual employees, but as soon as you add dependents in there, our plans aren't cutting it compared to Colorado employers in general and educational employers in general. We're not competitive, and that's discouraging dependents from being on the plans, which is then causing our premiums to go higher. So part of what we're doing is we're trying to address that problem and trying to change the dynamics of the plan a little bit to encourage more people to have their dependents in there, to increase the usage of the plan, and hopefully keep the rates lower in the long term. So that was kind of our thinking in terms of how we structured this.
Michelle.
And sort of to piggyback off what both of you had said, we are looking at short-term and long-term goals, and ultimately, like if our costs are based on historical data, having more children on the plan is helpful, but also having healthier employees on the plan is helpful. And if our employees are waiting until it's catastrophic to go get health care because they can't afford it, then it is costing us more. And so we're trying to find ways to also make it more affordable so that they are encouraged to use it and stay healthy.
Monica.
Really appreciate, Rob. This is just a statement. You sharing that for the time being, you're going to uncouple, this is uncoupling JESPA and JCEA for the purpose of this conversation, if I understand correctly. And that doesn't mean lack of support. I guess I should ask, is that what I'm
We
hearing?
absolutely support JESPA.
Well, that it's uncoupling what was previously
But we're
coupled.
uncoupling we're not asking for identical language.
Yeah.
Is the difference.
Yeah.
I think both plans have this idea of going to a percentage with various amounts paid by the district to the employees. So I think conceptually there is definitely a lot of commonality there. But I think due to the different financial situations of JCA employees and JESPA employees, I think, and the needs of the district financially, I just think it makes the most sense to have some distinction between the employee groups and how the district provides for them regarding healthcare.
Yeah. And I just want to name, and I think everyone would agree with this, and to your point, Lisa, so value and appreciate our JESPA employees, and really appreciated what you said around our employees need different things. And so less like uncoupling this is the way that might be the best way to ensure that our employees are getting what they need. Because I have seen this year in working with our JESPA employees with our professional learning, which they haven't had in an intentional manner in the past, which we're doing this year with our professional learning, with our instructional paras. It is so powerful that we ensure that our employees have what they need. And so I think this is fabulous for us to think in that manner of what is best for different employee groups, what they need, so that we're, one, valuing and making sure that we're that all employees belong by giving them what they need. So I just, statement only, just really appreciate that, and think it's wise to think about where do we uncouple and where it doesn't show a lack of support, but rather we support you by doing this. So just really appreciate that. Just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Monica. Anthea, and then Liza.
I just kind of, I wanted to take what Dale said, and then Kim, I think, speaking to the fact that money in our pockets is always advantageous, right? And so when we talk about our bargaining unit, and let's look at the last year being a little different because we ended up on a different salary schedule, and we also had the benefit of having an increase to our benefits in terms of the district contribution. Previous history, though, it remains the same, and when there is an increase, it's at the cost of the employee. So again, when we're looking at people in our unit accepting, a proposal, when we're talking about compensation as a whole, if you're paying 60 or 70, which we're looking at this year in terms of some of the prices of these plans, a COLA, regardless of what it is, 1%, 2%, 3% or more, it's taking away from that. And so people aren't necessarily seeing, they're like, oh, I got 3%, but really if I'm paying $60 more, it's like 50, it's pennies, right? And so I think when we're looking at that big picture, understanding that we have to come up with that long-term plan that's going to help, obviously benefits aren't going down, right? So that long-term goal of meeting the needs of, like, again, JESPA, because we have our colleagues, but also when we look at our surveys and we look at it every year, benefits comes up as something that's a concern. So we want to address that while also understanding that whatever money we do end up putting into COLA, that people see that long term. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just a clarification point. So we're looking at, there's a proposal today that we're looking at here, and then JESPA is going to be bringing a proposal maybe tomorrow when they meet. Is it going to be that we are looking to split into two different groups and two different benefits packages, or the district now has two different proposals to look at for one big package?
So the plans with, like, what the district and the payments to the plan, to Kaiser, to Aetna, things like that, are all the same. But then potentially the amount that's covered by the district would be different, potentially between the employee groups.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other comments? Okay. Going once, going twice. All right. Now I believe that we're going to caucus for consideration. It is about 7 to 8. How much time do we want?
Would 20 minutes work for you guys, or do you think you might need longer? 20? Is 20? Okay.
All right. So let's aim for 8:15. Okay. All right. right, we're back from caucus. My understanding is that we're going to start with Article 10, if that's all right. Any objections? I understand. I understand. We can get there. Michelle? Article 10? Okay. Okay. All right.
Did you share that?
Go ahead, Kim.
Pardon me. We agreed to page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. When we get to page 5, the only suggestions of changes we had are in section 10-8. We would like, instead of saying the principal, say a building administrator, because we know that in some of our bigger schools, it can't always be the principal. And then in 10.8.1, the building administrator again, rather than the principal, because we do realize that, an admin team doesn't always just include a principal. And then on the following page, 10-11, our suggested change in that sentence was just simply, workplaces or district departments outside of the school setting will develop analogous processes and teams to collaboratively make decisions and solve challenges. Just take out workplace problems and say solve challenges, because it connotates some of the same thing, but some proactive language in terms of how people problem solve together. Those are literally our only 3 changes that we would suggest. Sure. We could say addressing challenges. That would be fine. Sure. Address challenges. Mm-hmm. So those are our only suggestions. So
Any questions about those proposals?
Oh, yeah. It just needs to be a period at the end instead of a semicolon at the end of B. That's just a grammatical.
Where's that at?
If you look 10-8-2, what Lisa did was separate out what we had initially had A is now A and B. She separated it out into 2 things there. And so the second one, B, just needs a period at the end rather than a semicolon. That's it. Oh, never mind. Forget. Yep. Forget that then. Then the 3 changes.
Any questions about Any questions about those changes? Any comments? Can we take a consensus check on that? Can we throw some thumbs out? All right. Oh, hold on. Go ahead, Anthea.
Sorry. Can we TA it with the caveat in that our MOU group is working on some proposed language that could potentially be housed in and not that it's going to be in 10. We just want to make sure that, like, if anything might need to be added, clarified from behavioral, the behavior. Yeah. We just want with the caveat that we might need to just based on some of the proposal. And so if that's okay.
Is that acceptable? Okay.
Just to make sure it aligns and it fits in the right place. And kind of to preface it, we're looking at 5.2, so just knowing that we might have to, that's some of the language we're proposing could fit in some of these articles. And so we don't want to necessarily just close it off if we might need to. So with amendments as necessary.
Like under 10.8.2, for example? Is that what you mean?
Well, just, with the, sorry. Testing. Yeah, just like as we go through it, it might be housed in some places that, like, if we close this off, then does that make sense? So not saying that it will, we could find a better place, but since.
Is there any objection to that?
There are no objections to that.
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot that.
Okay. All right. Congratulations. Good work. All right. It's only March. Okay. All right. What might make sense next then? 5?
Yes,
Okay.
I think so. Is it cool if we do that next?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I just want to, I know we've had some technological challenges of sort of getting back up to speed for how all of this works. And it's been a while. There's a lot going on. And so I'm just going to suggest after speaking with Drew, if you guys want to pull up the current agenda that we're in and see what I've done for in terms of returning red lines in the session and maybe going forward with putting red lines in. If we could link them into the agenda, Drew has said that would make it a lot easier for him to pull it up and put it on the screen. And, just in going forward, if that's something that we maybe get in the habit of doing, and then this will maybe go a little bit smoother, which I have done, just now. So you will see there that in the agenda, should you want to pull it up, and then Drew has access to put it up on the screen. And, okay, and we're going to have Kendra walk us through our changes.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. All right. So on Article 5, you can go ahead and scroll on down. I think we were all good on 5321 previously. 5324, we were all good on previously. I'm going to scroll down to 5341. The district team added in and the calendar committee, and we're fine with that change. The district had crossed out 5342 and 5343, and we'll go ahead and leave that. Kind of addressing the ideas of that a little bit later on.
And accepting the 5 hours as well, right?
Oh, yes, we did. Sorry. Thanks, Michelle. There was a lot of crossing out there. So, yes, we're good with going back to the 4 non-contact days with a minimum of 5 hours reserved for teacher-directed time.
Kendra, when you say we'll leave that, could you?
The Jcea team will leave that?
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, we're accepting it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No worries.
We're accepting or in agreement on that change. So then let's go to 536. So we did some wordsmithing with this that hopefully took out some redundancy that we felt was there, but then also made some modifications. So we proposed changing the 250 minutes of uninterrupted plan time to 255, knowing that at the elementary level, 45-minute specialist times 5 days a week is 225. And to get an additional 30 minutes, it has to be 255 for the math to work out. If we left it 250, then that's only an additional 25 minutes. So we've written the OLT will allocate at least 255 minutes of uninterrupted, individually directed planning time per week. This planning time will be in no less than 30-minute blocks, with 225 minutes being within the student day, The remaining 30 minutes will be scheduled during the 40-hour work week. Collaborative planning time, including PLC, DDI, team time, and required building meetings, will be in addition to, not instead of, individual planning time, and will be within the 40-hour work week. It's the intent that the OLT scheduling committee take into account the positive impact of student achievement all the way up through that cross out. I think that was all the same. And then we crossed out beyond the yellow highlight there, the JCA team did, as we incorporated those ideas up into the revised statement up at the top. Then we go into 537, and this is where we were playing around with some of those ideas related to early release, late start. How do we work with that? And knowing that the secondary schools this coming year are going to have some late start days already, we felt it was a lesser change to incorporate primary or elementary and middle school into that. So we'd like to take out the potential implementation and just have it be that the implementation will be during the 24-25 school year for a 2-hour early release weekly for all schools K-12. The reason we went with an early release instead of a late start is we were in particular thinking about not only elementary kiddos, which we've talked about before, that late start just tends to be harder on them, but we were also thinking of our students in title schools, elementary and middle school. When they come to school at a regular scheduled start time in the morning, a lot of them get their breakfast and their lunch. When we do a late start, they miss out on that opportunity for breakfast. Additionally, a lot of our Title I kiddos tend to not come to school at all on late start days. And as we're thinking about what's best for kiddos and knowing that in our Title I schools we have a lot of at-risk kiddos, we need them there at school just like we do all of our school or kiddos, but thinking that the 2-hour early release would better meet the needs of all of the kids in Jeffco. So that's why we're proposing that change. Going to a 2-hour early release weekly, and not just the potential implementation, but the implementation during the 24-25 school year. And I believe that's it.
Right.
Are there any questions?
Questions, comments? You need a moment to digest? Go ahead, Kim.
The team will definitely need time to have conversation for a couple of reasons. Number one, I know that in every scenario that we've run transportation-wise, if we don't do it K through 12, we can't make it happen. So we're going to have conversations about that and what implication that could potentially have at high school. And number two, I'm not sure we can pull off the math of 2 hours a week. I just need to be honest and upfront. We're going to have to run some numbers because we're incredibly skinny at the K-8 and middle school level because they have to adhere to secondary instructional hours. And so we're going to have conversations about what we can actually pull off mathematically. So we'll have to come back with another version and see where we're at and see what willingness there is in terms of appetite between the board and cabinet and frankly looking at it, getting input from principals, et cetera. But thank you. Let us run some numbers and figure out where that puts us. Okay? Fair?
Any other comments or questions about this as we're here? All right. It is 10 to 9. Do we want to wade into any other issue at this point? Okay. All right. I'm getting the signal from Lisa. All right. Do we have okay, as if reading my mind, an agenda? Go ahead, Kim.
Jill, I think Phil and I made a suggestion that we try to start with Articles 24 and 19 if we can get to them next week. Are you guys game for that for that to be part of the agenda?
I mean, I think so, but I do want to defer a little bit to Anthea and Stephanie.
Do you guys have?
Yeah, and you may have people coming.
And thank you. We have quite a few people from the district team. We do have some friends from JCA. And so obviously honoring their time. I mean, I think we could get through it in a way that's meaningful so we can dive into those other two pieces.
But perhaps we might want to start with would that be better for your people?
I think it would, just because, like I said, we have a hefty amount of people. And
Hey, the people that are, woo, yay, hey, Virgo. Good luck. Well, I told them roughly around 4:35-ish because it's a Wednesday. They usually have staff meetings, so just so that they could get there and whatnot. So I don't know if that's time or if that works or whatnot. But I said that we start at 4:30, but if they couldn't get there till 5, we would start when they got there.
Go ahead, Phil.
I think we can make it work. I mean, I would just say Phil and I will have 24 and 19 ready to go.
Perfect.
And if we can get to it next week, great, let's jump in. And if not, then we'll figure out what we do with time, because we do want to honor people's time. If they're going to come speak, we want to make sure that we make the schedule available to them.
we can do it with just some flexibility, because we'll probably know
Absolutely.
closer to next week. Like, okay, all right.
So then I would, based on all of this, if we could start with the safety and mental health MOU, followed by Article 8, because I believe we may also have guests joining us. So then if they could go right after, and then, we can work through, if there's red lines to be returned, we can do that. And then also introducing those and having those ready to go. Like, why not? If they're ready and we've got the time, let's do them.
Real quick, Phil had something.
Just quickly on the Article 8 for counselors preschool that you're planning to introduce next time. Can you give us a little bit of information on that, just so that if we need to have some of our experts prepared for conversation?
I definitely think Jennifer Bedford should be here for the preschool language. What's she got to do? Go home and feed the dogs? I don't know. And Terry Walderman might want to be here for the counselor language. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. So that makes sense then. Do safety and health, and then the counselors, and Terry can leave. And then we can do preschool. And then we can do Article 24, Article 19. And then we also need to talk about the only thing we have, Article 5, if you're ready. Do you think next week you'll be ready to address the health care benefit proposals we made, or do you need more time? Yeah. So if we just then do, and then Article 8 will be I'm just going to put in like alpha, if I can type. And then Article 24 will be District Alpha. And then if any of this changes, we just need to communicate with each other. And then we'll take off wait a minute. That appendix wasn't for healthcare. That was the athletic, sorry. I'm just going to call it that. I'd kind of like to change the name of that from additional performance pay. It sounds like you're doing a song and dance or something. Okay. That's a lot.
I'm messing around to be catch it over.
It's better to be over. Yeah, so next week we are at JCEA, and then the following week here, and then the 20th will be JCEA again. So it's kind of going back and forth every other. So John, you were aware of that. Next week will be okay. Good. Just checking.
I got here today.
What? I know. I will make sure that I mean, it's like today. I should have blocked off half of the today because I got here all scattered. I will make sure that I am at the JCA office next week. Let me look at my calendar. Actually, I'm going to put it for 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Be at the office on my calendar.
Michelle?
Yeah, we do that because we keep that heat turned down in that big room when we're not in there.
Michelle? Hello. I'm just wondering, we just talked about Article 5. Are we going to put that on the agenda potentially for next week?
It is.
Oh, is it? And I just don't see it?
It's number 7. Sorry. We're I think working in.
There's already a new agenda.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking on this week's agenda where we're setting.
It got very
I was in the wrong place.
confusing. Yeah, so it's
Sorry.
on the next week's agenda.
Go ahead, Phil.
I just have a question as far as kind of our logistics and such. Since we've been at the JCA office a few times and we'll continue to go, and coming here, and this is just a question. It's not a bone of contention by any stretch, but how important is it that we're live streaming? I know that I think our conversations are probably more open and candid when we aren't live streaming, and maybe we're just really pretty loose tonight, but I just wonder about the appropriateness of live streaming, and I know that the importance of having people at home and being able to watch, and we just have a couple people here tonight, and we have several who have attended at the JCA office, which I think is awesome. But it's just a question more than anything else. I just feel like there's a little better comfort level with our dialogue and conversation when we know that we're not being live streamed, and that's just a question.
I think there's pros and cons.
Yes, I agree. However, I would say that since we've been doing it, I think that our members appreciate the transparency and the ability to participate in the process and better understand how negotiations work and maybe how these decisions are made. And definitely once we get toward the end, or if it's a particular topic people are interested in, they are paying attention. They're on the live stream or they're showing up and they want to know the process and how it works. So I would say, and I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in. I look like Brooke. Sorry, you had your card up. Did you want to respond? I'm done.
To having the conversation, but I think, as Michelle was saying, I think there's certain times that we probably need to live stream, especially when we're talking about compensation and possibly benefits, so that people have an understanding. I know that there's people that can't come here because maybe they have young kids or health issues or this or that, but they enjoy having the opportunity to be able to be informed at home and to watch the process. But I think that there's times like that. I mean, I have enjoyed bargaining this year in the candid conversations in our presentation about the CFO from our CFO tonight. That was pretty fun. And I can't say that that's ever been fun. So, I mean, again, like Lisa said, there's pros and cons. I just think maybe we need to pick times, and then we can advertise that to our membership and say, it's always an open door policy and you're welcome to sit in the audience, but these are the times that we will be live streaming. And just being transparent about that. I think that that's good, especially sometimes when we talk about compensation, we pack the room and not everybody can fit in here. And so I think giving them the ability to see it in another way Hopefully, you can find all the money for us, and that won't need to happen. And yeah, so and people will just, but I think people like to be informed and have that option.
Yeah, and it seems like it's sort of half and half this year anyways, based on our setup. So I think that's a conversation that we can have maybe going forward.
Liza, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, as a non-JCA representative, district representative, I do watch it. I know I'm one of the very few that actually watches it when I'm not participating, but it is informative, and it's nice to watch in like JESPA negotiations, which can't always be at our. So it's just nice to know keep a pulse of what's happening. So I
well, and the recordings too, because the recordings are available, and sometimes it's nice to go back and be like, why was this decision made? How did that happen? And oh yeah, there was a reason for that, and it's still valid, or there was a reason for that, and it doesn't make sense anymore. So,
Liza, do you do that on nights you have problems sleeping, or? I'm just wondering.
Actually, a lot of times, like driving home, I can listen, and it makes it.
You're not off?
Or making dinner and listening. It actually works well. I'm not even joking. So there you go.
Kim, then Robert.
We also, Phil, last year after our 12-hour session or whatever it was that one time, I know I went back repeatedly into later in that day when everyone was getting tired, and referred to that. Then when we came back with you and actually finished out last year's bargaining, we'd gone back many times into that session to see exactly what was said, to make sure what the agreements were, what was still pending. So on some matters, I think it's really a good thing to have the live stream.
Good, Kim.
Sure. If all of the comments make sense, I think that there probably are some very key topics that people really want to be able to track and listen in, and that makes sense. There are probably other areas that maybe not so much. I think that maybe we ask questions at the end of this process to say which were most valuable, which do you listen to, which, what topics matter the most to people. And then we figure out, if folks said everything, then we keep doing it. And if folks said, it's compensation and it's time. Okay, great. We'll make sure those happen here. And however way we want to do it. But to me, I think it's the fair thing to do is to ask people at the end of it, what do you need from us? Because we all have folks that we have to answer to, right? And we should take their voices into consideration. Bless you.
All right. Anything else on that? Okay. It looks like we did get an agenda. What about the draft joint communication?
Amanda, in the part with our proposed changes back on Article 5, the second to last sentence, our proposal was to implement next school year. So the 23-24, no, never mind. I misspoke. Maybe that's my wishful thinking.
You need to change Article 10 in that last sentence in that paragraph to Article 5. The district will review proposed changes to Article 5 for discussion in a subsequent meeting. What now?
Yeah.
All right. Any other feedback about the joint communication? Anyone? Throw some thumbs up. Well done. I'm still trying to figure out our cadence on when we're here. Are we going to do a checkout, or are there going to be? I think you did well. I think anytime there's going to be amicable success like there was tonight, and anytime there's a discussion about big, weighty issues like benefits, I think this was a successful night. So, I try to be an optimist in these regards. So, well done, folks. With that, we're closed.
I did it, Rob.
That's what it became.